And this is why I don't use Clip Studio Paint anymore when I stream. Hi. Thank God now that I knew what I wanted to happen, it was just like copying the previous layer again and then just like moving the things before I go back live again because it doesn't like that. I will I have one more model layer I will just delete any second now, and then I will see if the PC crashes in 2 seconds again. Because I've tried to move things, I will make a screenshot and put it over into Medibang. What is still breaking? Your mouth? Let me open your stream. I wanted to take a look. Okay. Okay, it could be because your stream is relatively low resolution for me because I cannot watch in high resolution right now. But I cannot see a pixel that is moving. Have you figured out which mouth position it is? Can you not do a frame advance? Hi Josh! What did I miss? Amy, can you turn on shared chat? Because I'm still in the room with all of us, but it doesn't... I'm very upsetty. Thank you very much. I'm very upsetty spaghetti with this. Okay. This layer. Delete it. Delete it. Exactly. Now, let's see. I need a little bit of a bigger... Please don't break. Please don't break. Please, I put so much work into you already. I've been streaming for... Well, I would have told you how long I've been streaming for now. But my PC crashed, so probably like we just finished a break, so like 2.5 hours. So I've been doing this for 2.5 hours, and I only like finished the body and pose for now. And I'm very upsetty spaghetti if you know, keep this up. Stop being a mean bitch to me. I didn't deserve this. Oh no, the hand is smaller now. Same goes for here. It seems like it's functioning again and not dying on me again. We'll cross our fingers and pray to RNGesus or whoever is listening to my tech issues. I love how this all is not really connected yet and it looks really funny. Biblically accurate VTuber. Okay, should I... Oh, Josh. Is Josh still in your chat? He never actually told me if he liked the little gif I made of his character. Like literally everyone, almost everyone reacted to like the gif I made. And I was like, well, the person in question, I was actually curious if he likes like, his animated version. Didn't tell me if he likes this animated version. I was trying to give you, does look good, yeah, good. I was so concerned. I tried with like, it has like soft shading a little bit, and I tried to make it blue. The blue looked good, but the blue would also cause me to, you know, like it would make this piece look shaded compared to the others. So I kept it pink. I may sneak in some blue later on. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I was just like, okay, so I got a lot, I went with a lot of creative liberty with a lot of things, so I was like concerned you look at it and be like, you know, Maho? This is fucking awful. Like, what did you thought about, like, doing this? Like, come on, girl. I read the chat, like, at 8 a.m. Just after waking up and was not ready to be social yet. That did the funny brain and completely forgot about responding. That is fine. Like, my morning... I just have a different morning routine. For one, I don't wake up at 8 a.m. Except for today. But this was like not me wanting to wake up at 8 a.m. It was my body deciding to hate me. But first of all, I don't wake up at 8 a.m. So like after I have like my 10 hours of sleep, I wake up forcefully or softly, depending on how I slept. My alarm rings. I turn off my alarm. You know, I end my Pokemon Sleep app. I feed my Pokemons. And then, after I close Pokemon, I check all notifications I got throughout the night. When I'm like especially bad at sleeping, I literally turn off at night that my phone, like, I have a function on my phone that when certain apps are running, when certain apps are running, I can say that I don't get notifications. Pokemon Sleep is like counting as a game, so it's like the not disturb during gaming mode. So I just turn this on to not be disturbed at night, because usually I can just ignore my phone literally next to my ear doing the ping 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 sound from Discord. But when I sleep, I cannot like filter that out, so I just turn it off. So then I go through all the Discord notifications, just click the ones that I don't really interested in from servers I'm not too active in, and just mark them as red, so I don't have too many bubbles, because they piss me off if I see too many dots. Then I check, then afterwards it's filtered through like usually your server, my server, and sometimes another server depending on like where the message came through. Then I check like those specific messages. I go through like group chats and see like 100 messages between you, Paige, and Sunny, and try to catch up what happened. And after like I'm done with like reading like all the notifications and see if anything interesting happened while I was asleep, and responded to everyone that was like reaching out to me while I was asleep. There are two versions. Version number 1, I feel especially antisocial and I don't want to get out of bed, especially when my dad is around, and I feel like no, I don't want to deal with this right now. And then I just like look what social media post I, finished at 2 a.m. So I have to post it now and make my social media post for the day. And if I don't have to do any social media posts, or I'm too lazy to record a voiceover for TikTok, or I'm just in general too lazy to do anything, I just then get out of bed and then I start my day by hopefully eating something. Sometimes I don't eat something. But this is like my routine. That's why I always reply after I wake up, because this is my process of waking up. I check if people like wanted something from me over the night, or if something interesting happened. So I reply to all of those messages, so then I can put my phone away for at least an hour until like people want to be social with me. Oh, I only talk to people who urgently need me when I wake up. Yeah, like, this is the downside of, like, for me, for waking up at noon. Like, when I wake up at noon, like, I need to be ready to interact with people, because there's only a small time window where some people will be awake to contact me. And I only respond to people who I know can tolerate me being mean. Because, I'm... See where I wake up. I have no filter. Yeah, like, my way... That's because, like I have a couple of minutes, to wake up. So, apparently school taught me one good thing, and that is, I immediately hear my alarm. Like, it's almost... Like, it happened like once or twice my entire life that I didn't hear my alarm, or it took longer than like 2 seconds for me to wake up when I hear my alarm and turn it off. So when my alarm is ringing, I'm immediately awake. So, and then like to like wake up properly and easy, I just, do like the daily thing of like, hey, ending this sleep recording. Look what it says. Be depressed over sometimes it not recording. Then I feed my Pokemon. Get my points, and then after I close Pokemon Sleep, I'm usually awake enough to put on my glasses to see the 50 notifications I got from Discord, and going through all of them to see which one are actually like important notification and which one are self-promo and going live and a server I don't care about, but I'm part of it, but I'm not really want to socialize with people there. I'm just there to vibe and exist most of the time. Get rid of all of the dots, and then at the end there's only like between like 5 to 20 messages I actually have to go through and read them. And after I read them, I decide where I want to reply to. Unless it's a DM that is like important, then I'm like, obviously, okay, slap myself awake. You need to put on the business voice. Lot of stuff had happened. Life means I need to be ready to go as soon as I wake up. Yeah, like, I'm like proud? No, not really proud. Like, I cannot wake up early anymore. Like, I cannot understand how young Maho managed to wake up like at 6 a.m. every day for like more than 10 years. I cannot imagine how she managed that, and I cannot imagine how I didn't bit someone's head off in the morning, because I hate meeting people in the morning. Like, I'm not a morning person. I'm eepy and I want to go back to bed, and it's probably cold and it's probably still dark. Why should I want to be awake? So, I am surprised I never snapped on someone in the morning. But that's probably because I'm a very rational person. I only use like 30 minutes in the morning. Like from waking up to leaving the house were about 30 minutes. That included, you know, like getting dressed, eating breakfast, packing my lunch, and visiting the bathroom, you know, brushing teeth and stuff, and then leave. Because I knew if I get any more time in the morning to do anything, I would get lazy and tired. The amount of pressure I got from only having half an hour to rush out of the house just gave me enough stress that I could not get comfortable. Not getting comfortable meant I, you know, could do things. And I would not be pissy at the world. I was working until 10 a.m. today. Woke up about half an hour ago. Yeah, day and night cycle is certainly screwed up here too. Not as bad as that, but certainly screwed up. 3 days ago I was waking up at 8 a.m. so I could build a greenhouse. Well, it was light. Ooh, greenhouse sounds nice. Don't let me close to the plants. I will kill all of them. Without any bad intentions. I'm just really bad with plants. God was like, oh, you're good with living creatures? Okay, so you're bad at keeping a plant alive. Like, a plant looks at you and it wants to commit suicide. I'm like, thanks, creator. I knew I needed a debuff, but you gave me like a list of debuffs. Oh yeah, food time. Enjoy your food, you British people. Okay, I think I got the body shape now where it's supposed to be around something like this, kind of. Don't listen to me. Let's be honest, you don't want to listen to me. But wait a second, now that they're both gone, and you know, everyone that is like still in my stream is like contracted to be here and be happy I'm here. And enjoy what I'm saying. You want to hear the ramble, right? That's why you're here. You're here for like the unhinged stuff I'm saying where I'm alone and no one is listening. So, where should I start the unhingedness? Especially because this part of the stream is probably not pushed to YouTube. Hey, if you watched this on YouTube, congratulations, you found it. You found my secret. So, Dr. Stone. Let me be really nice and don't pester Amy with this. I know she's not into yaoi. So Dr. Stone, I really like this series. I personally am very attracted to people that have a passion, and the people in Dr. Stone's all are very passionate people, so they're all incredibly hot. They are also incredibly hot because the art style is really pretty. I definitely will want to make just the first Dr. Stone art piece because I'm so digging the art style. Second, I want to draw Senku with his hair down because hair down Senku supremacy. And the mimic of like the facial expressions are so good. I could melt away when I see them because they convey so many emotions, and that's something that some animes lack a little bit. I'm not saying they don't convey emotions well, it's just saying like compared to Dr. Stone, like they could use some polishing, and I could learn from it. Like I'm so captivated by their facial expressions. Like sometimes they're just like you know, you can smile, and then you can have this very subtle, you know, this smile that is just like you just so being glad you are with a person you like, or you're seeing someone after some time and you're reunited, like a smile that could melt your heart like chocolate ice in the warm sun. It's just melting away, and I really like this. It makes me like all happy and giggly, and I think it's so nice and refreshing to see, you know, uh like characters, you know, like that just like show emotions so much on their face, and then having the next scene them being super silly and have like super character, you know, caricature, you know, silly meme faces that are completely unrealistic, and it's just funny. um so what I also like I really like Dr. Stone. I probably like in this coming week I will just binge the entire new season that came out. I just need to wait for the German dub because Senku is a chatterbox, like me. But Senku with subtitles is me having to pause the video like every 30 seconds so I can read what he's talking about. That's not very pleasant. So I rather watch it with German dub, especially because the Dr. Stone German dub is actually kind of good. I also just like, I just really enjoy animes that make me feel like I learned something. Like I really liked a really trashy anime called Psycho no Quasar. This is like a really you know, bottom tier anime, but it like had like a bunch of elements from the periodic table, and so I was learning something about chemistry while watching it. It was absolutely horrendous. I'm just saying, to get like the quasars, they all had like metal powers, from like different metals that are on the periodic table, and you know, to use their powers they needed power from women, and to get those powers they had to suck on the nipples. They had to suck on the boobas like babies to get the power out of the pretty woman. So it was insanely edgy. It was insanely etchy in the sense of like, you know, loot. And but like there were like, you know, like there were scenes. I think the main guy, he used, I think, something like steel, not steel, iron. I think was his powers. So because his powers were iron, it would like rust underneath water, and he would like use this to his advantage. One like the like evil Lolita in this series, she had like bronze powers, so she could use magnetism. There were later on in the series where Quacksilver, oh god, what is Quacksilver called in English? Google Translator. Okay, now, English. Mercury. Oh my, this is Mercury. Oh my god, people are stupid. So, two mercury girls, and because this is a liquid metal at room temperature, they could like liquefy their bodies, and it was like so cool. So I was learning a little bit of science. Like, it was not really good, and not a lot what I could use in school, but like it still taught me a couple of things, like that bronze is you know, something you can magnetize. And like, you know, that mercury is liquid and stuff. I knew those things before, but I felt like, you know, it was like refreshing knowledge I had. coming to the mercury, I sometimes saw people holding mercury in their bare hand and just like played with it for a moment. And I was like, oh, that's like really fun and cool. Now that I learned it's Quicksilver, that stuff is extremely poisonous. Back in school, we had for like some time, we still had for like our science experiments, we had thermometers. Wait a second.
Thermometer.
Thermometer. Okay, so we had thermometer with mercury inside, because those are like really accurate. So we had those in our school lab. We had like a big like physics, aka chemistry, like science lab thing that was like most of the school budget was inside of this room. And I think over summer break, over a break, one of those thermometers fell down and broke open. They had to block off half a hallway, not just a room, because this stuff is so fucking toxic. They blocked off half the hallway that was leading to this room. The doors to the staircase were closed. It was a hassle to go like to a different part of the building, because you had to, go a floor up and then walk the entire length of the floor, and then sometimes you had to like walk down or something. It was awful. But like, I knew this was like toxic. Like, we learned very quickly that mercury is incredibly toxic, and you definitely should not touch it or breathe it. This stuff is like not good for you. And then I see people that hold mercury in their hands. I'm like, they maybe wear masks or something like this, but this stuff is extremely toxic. Why in the world would you pour a metal that is literally poison to you into your hand just so you could play with it like with slime? Just make slime, goddammit. Don't hurt your own body like this for the quick entertainment to post a video of you holding mercury and you feel so cool. Like, I don't know if they exaggerate in our school, but like it took weeks for this area to be like professionally cleaned and be, sterilized again. That is how dangerous it was, and how scared they were that we children could be affected by this. Like, and now that I know that, I feel like every time I see a mercury video, I feel like brain cells of me are dying now that I learned this. Who's doing crazy bullshit like this? You shouldn't. This is dangerous. This is toxic. You should not do this. Please don't do things you think are cool because, oh, they're cool. And sorry, people on Twitch, you didn't have music yet. The people that watch the bot got music. No, you got music again. But yeah, like, but going back to the learning aspect, like, Dr. Stone really gives me the feeling I learned something. Half of the things Senku explains, I have like the familiar feeling of hearing something way simpler in science class. And yes, I only understand half of the things he's saying, and from the half I understand he's saying, I still don't get it. Like, I understand the words he's saying, I understand the concept he's trying to explain, I still don't understand what actually going to happen. But it's just like really interesting, and I feel like I learned, so it feels like I'm doing something productive. Like, so I really enjoy like watching like history is a questionable thing, because history usually makes me really depressed. So I usually stay a little bit away of history, but like if a historical event that is maybe not a world war is mentioned in an anime, and I just learn about it, or it's more of a refresh of like, hey, wait a second, I heard about this. I just feel like, oh, that's so cool, that's so neat, I really like it. With subtitle animes, especially the ones that are fan subbed, shout out to those subgroups, because I watched a couple animes where like there was like, for example, there was like a historical like submarine in like one anime that was like more slice of life and stuff, but because like this submarine was like the main focus of this episode, the subgroup went as far and put at the top a full-on explanation what the submarine is, what it had to do with history, and why the submarine is so important, giving me a Japanese history lesson, what I so appreciated. Like, those people went all out. And I just love this. So yeah, Dr. Stone, incredibly attractive. And for some reason, for like 2 days now, I clicked on one like animated video that was like shipping between Gen and Senku. And I thought like, oh, that's actually pretty cute. And then it just showed me more of it. So yesterday, it showed it to me again, and I was like, you know what? Okay, yaoi it is. So I went to my favorite website where I get most of my yaoi from, especially the doujins that you usually don't get that easily. Went to the search bar, type in Stone, put in the filter of English, put in the filter of Dr. Stone, so it's not just like Stone in the title, but actually Dr. Stone doujins. And then I just, from the top, right-clicked on every doujin and started opening all of them. After a while, after went through like 20 or so, I read like enough from a certain ship, especially because this certain ship was, it was not again and Senku, it was Senku and I literally read his name like 3,000 times like since yesterday. I hate my name.
Thermometer.
His name was Bill.
Welcome back. Oh my god. Oh, you missed my rant about like the anime where they had to suck titties to get energy, and it was like all about science, and I really loved it, and it was like so horrible. You completely missed the titty sucking section. You just came back for the me talking about yaoi. I'm so sorry. Dr. Stone.
How dare you? I feel very conned.
Characters. Like, I've been reading those characters, like, I watched all of the seasons so far, and oh god, I've been reading those names so many times since last evening, and Tsukasa, and my brain still, like, completely deleted most of the names. Like, I know who the names belong to. When I read the name, I know exactly which character it is. With like, part of the cast. So, apparently the main ship of the main yaoi ship in Dr. Stone is Tsukasa and Senku. I read like 20, 25, maybe more doujins just last evening with this couple, and a lot of those doujins went like all the same route. Like, it was almost some of the moments felt like copy paste. It made sense because they were all basing it on the anime, and the anime just left a little bit of room where you could fill in some yaoi. There was not a lot of room for yaoi. There was too much science there. So I read a bunch of them, and I was like, yeah, okay. So I could continue what I'm doing right now, and is literally opening all of those doujin and read all of the 155 doujins that are out there for Dr. Stone in English. Or I limit myself down a little bit and try to like venture out a bit, and went for the ship I actually came for, what was Gen and Senku. And yeah, I read until like, and like I read and I put my Pokemon Sleep app on already so I don't forget, and then I looked up again and it was 5 in the morning. Things like this happen, and then like at like 8 or 9 a.m. my body decided to forcefully wake me up and didn't let me go back to sleep. So what did I do? Well, I just went to this website on my phone and be like, okay, let's read more of the doujins that I decided I wanted to read. So I just read more doujins. Surprisingly, most of them were not really naughty. Like, some had implications, some had like one scene, some were full-blown porn. It was literally almost no story, just like characters being cute and fluffy with each other and very, 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 very horny and gay. But that was what I was there for. But like a lot of them were just like more about the relationship and the feelings, and I was very happy because like it was like, what, 10 in the morning. This was not the time to read smut. That didn't stop me to read smut, but it was not the time for it. So I continue reading. And some of the doujin artists, God bless them, Satan bless them, they got all the blessings because they mimicked the Dr. Stone art style so well. Like, they got the mimic that I love so much about Dr. Stone down to the T. It was so good. I was like flabbergasted that some of the stuff was not official shipping thing because, oh god, it looked so realistic. It was like full-blown manga that looked so well. Like, whoever made this need to be kissed. They did such a good job. I wish I could mimic this art style so well. And then and apparently doujin artists, a lot of them just agreed that Senku with his hair down is just the way to go. So some of them sneaked in or even full-blown redesigned Senku with his hair down, like for like a modern day AU, or like after they saved the world and now they're just like in, you know, like they brought civilization back, Dr. Stone kind of thing. And now Senku's wearing his hair down, maybe in a messy, like, half ponytail in the back. And oh god, I went feral! I was like last night, like 5 a.m., like, the urge to just now stand up, go to my drawing tablet and drawing first traps Senku and like all the characters that I think were hot, and that is like literally the entire Dr. Stone cast. They have no right to all be hot. Except for like a couple exceptions, but like most of the cast is just like god level of hotness. But yeah, like I hold myself back. I was like, no, Maho, you have other things you want to do. You want to draw a stealth bunny, a stealthful tomorrow. You can push off Dr. Stone a little bit. You can draw your first strap art on another day. Especially because you still have to learn how to properly draw a fucking man. After you learn how to draw a man, you can start drawing first straps. But yeah, like I hope tonight I can finally sleep again. I would very much appreciate this. Take definitely tomorrow off to have like a free day. Wednesday probably will play games or whatever. But the amount, like, I physically have to sit down and learn how to draw men. And not just men, I need to sit down and figure out how to draw attractive men. Body attractive, face attractive, clothes, the minimum of clothes I will put on those guys, and they only get the minimum, they don't get more. I don't care if they're cold. They can come in my arms if they're freezing. They need to look hot. That's the only thing. I need to learn how to do this because, yes, first art is good for conventions, but also I need this first art just so that sometime when I feel like it, I can literally open my own art and draw over my own art. Like, I'm doing this with other people's art, but I'm an artist. If I want something, I can just draw it myself, like a Stoffel in a bunny suit. Talking about a Stoffel, let me get my actual reference and put some clothes on this boy. And some hair, especially. Oh yeah, Astolfo, you have the absolute beautiful braid. I need to get over here. Get over here. Ooh, Amy's face is turning. How's the snout going?
I'm realizing I don't have anywhere near enough pieces to make a snout the way I want to make it, and the way I want to make it would need a lot of very complicated rigging. So I'm trying to make it look not awful. Because I can't make it look good.
Okay, how many pieces are you missing? What is struggling a little? Break it down a little bit. For the stupid people like me who don't get it.
Well, this is going to need to be a full 3D snout. And I was hoping that I could just do it by warping what I already had. I'm going to need to do, like, if I want to do it the way that I want to do it, I need the tongue to be split into multiple parts so I can make it 3D, the teeth to be split into multiple parts so I can make it 3D, and I need to, like, figure out definitive parts and positions of muzzle, stuff for the muzzle. Like, I'm getting an idea of how I could do it. This is literally why I wanted the practice model.
Yeah, and like the bottom part of the snout definitely needs to be attached to your chin because this is your chin. And now it looks like, you know, you had like a mouth, you know, like a mouth on top of your like actual face shape. But aside from that, like, you know, like it's warped a little bit.
It's warped a lot, that's the point. That's how Light 2D work. It just warps images. Unfortunately.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done with the sentence. You, like, you can see that it's a little bit, like, warped. And it, you know, like, it doesn't look 3D. It looked like you warped it. But, like, I think for a practice model, this still looks really good. And, like, for, like, a chibi model, you didn't want to put, like, all out in. This is like good. This is very good. It still looks like a mouth that goes inside. The tongue looks 3D. Yes, the teeth are not perfect, but for like what you have, this is like very much a good model. Okay. So now that I looked at your art and gave you affirmation and love, let's give this little bad boy over here.
I think that'll do nicely. You need to come in more. Wink.
Okay. Astolfo, thank you very much for having ginormous bangs that cover your ears. Don't want to cover your ear. I could very much use your hair as an excuse to cover your ear and never bother with it again. Well, I would draw it for now and cover the ear, and then I will decide if I like it or hate it.
Oh, I forgot to fucking keyframe that. God damn it. How far away was that? A while away, apparently.
Wie du wieder aussiehst, ein Lächeln in der Hose. Daran riechst du nachher. Wir werden dich enterben. Oh my God, die Ärzte.
Und auf Englisch bitte?
The Ärzte are a German group, and the song that is in this playlist that I'm still listening to is called Junge, so boy, and they're singing about like it's like from the POV of parents that have like a goth punky kind of son. And they're singing about and how you're looking like holes in your pants and always this noise. Sorry, the music was playing. And always this noise. Just then they were like talking like we're just worried. It's literally like parents to a teenage boy, and they're like, oh you. Didn't you want to be? Didn't you like animals? You could still go to the to uni and become like have your own like what is praxis, like your own animal clinic, like and like
Vet practice.
yeah, and stuff like this, and I was like, why is this in here? But also I get why is it in here. But I just thought it was like so silly. Like I know this song, but I don't know it well. But I sing like "Und wie du wieder aussiehst," so like and how you look again. Like look at you, holes in your pants, holes in your nose. And always this noisy music and your stupid e-guitar and and the people you're hanging around are bad influences for you. I'm just sitting like, oh my god. This is what some parents don't like. Shit, guys, I'm sorry for the people parents like this. I just like sit there and was like, oh my god, that's funny, and it's a German song that I didn't expect in here. You have fluffy hair, Stolfo baby. Fuck the princess, I'm a king. Oh my god, this song is so Amy.
Fuck the princess, I'm a king? Well, I mean, if she asked nicely enough.
Here you go.
Let's get this one queued up. It can't be much worse than the unicorn invasion of Dundee. Daisy by Ash Nico. This sounds like a pet request.
Being a bitch is my king.
Oh, yeah, this is on here. This is a pet request.
Oh god, so much good Astolfo fan art. Of occasional, like, AI art in the middle. But I'm just looking at the fan art.
I just accidentally saved when I meant to copy. Which means Maho should also save.
That's a good idea.
Alright, I should probably tell it what I want to copy, shouldn't I? Fuck, what's even on this keyform? I did snoot, I did mouth. Did I put jaw on this? Didn't put mouth on this, I put jaw on. Wait, didn't I put mouth on this? I did put mouth on this. Snoot's on it, nose isn't, snoot open isn't. Mouth's on it. Are my top teeth lines not on it? Oh, have I fucking permanently warped the top teeth? Doesn't look like it. Oh no, warp deformer of teeth is on it. Warp deformer of tongue is on it. I think that's everything.
How long is too long for an Astolfo braid? There's no too long, right? I can make this thing as long as I want. Astolfo has no ahoge? Huh.
Ah, that sounds wrong.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I Mandelaed myself to believe that Astolfo definitely has an ahoge.
Wait, I'm an idiot. I don't need to keep fucking redoing this. I can take you and you and clip you to the snoot. Where's my snoot? There's my snoot. There we go. That's way easier.
Okay. Okay, let me just check. No, I'm not showing my Google search. Uh... Okay. I will scroll for 5 minutes. If I don't find reference, I will go and look for Hime Goto, because I definitely know I will find reference from Hime. But that will like require me to do another 20 minutes of just staring at Hime-chan.
Doesn't sound like a bad arrangement to me, honestly.
My dear expert, Amy, could you give me an eye and tell me if that looks like a bulge?
A bulge? I'm gonna need to squint at this one.
I just don't want to zoom in too hard, or it will be hard to like understand how the legs are. I could make the legs even more meaty if necessary.
Oh, I see. Your stream is frozen for me. Hold on.
I also.
Yep, looks bulgy to me.
Okay. Does the top part of the top looks also good, or for a bunny suit?
Yes, that looks perfect, I think.
Like somebody's watching me. It always feels like somebody's watching me. Yeah, it is just a dream. No one is watching me. Have no privacy. Yeah, I literally just... Oh! I told the chat earlier, but I need to tell you this because I ranted about this. So I was like talking about Psycho no Quasar and how this is like a shitty show, but it's like having like good like periodic table kind of like medals in there. And I was like talking about like how like they like picked up on like certain love you both, miss you both, love you too, Eden.
Oh, nap.
Get better soon, we love you. Um and I was like talking about like how, you know, like that I think the main character has iron as his like element. So like underwater, his like superpower will like rust. Uh, and how the evil goth Lolita is having bronze as her element, so she can use magnetism to her advantage. And then I wanted to talk about the Mercury twins that like literally can turn liquid. And I was like, in German it's called Quecksilber. So I was like, oh shit, what is it called? So I went to Google and like Googled what it is, and then I read it was mercury. And then it dawned to me that I saw multiple videos of people just showing that you can pour mercury in your hand because it's liquid at room temperature, and how they just hold it in their bare hand and all. And then I remembered,
you should not. It is
no,
highly toxic.
Yeah. And I was like sitting there like, what? Like the moment I realized that mercury is Quecksilver. So we had an incident in school. Like over summer break, we had those mercury thermometers in our science lab, because like mercury thermometers are like incredibly accurate. So we had a bunch of them in our like physics and chemistry lab. That was like most of the school budget was inside of this room. And over the summer break, apparently one of the thermometers just like rolled from a shelf. No one really knew what happened, but it broke. They closed off for like weeks half a hallway, and they literally got like professional cleaning teams and all of this. So like, since back then, I knew that mercury is highly toxic. Like, I learned that this shit is incredibly toxic. You should not touch it. You should not inhale it. It's, like, incredibly dangerous. And then I remember, then I realized I saw a bunch of people just showing that you can hold mercury in their hand. Like, first I thought mercury is, like, a lesser toxic version of mercury. Like, I thought this was a different kind of metal. But like, I just realized, oh my god, though, like, I was losing brain cells over this. Like, oh my god, those people are all so stupid and dumb. Did they never listen in school how completely dangerous this is? Even if they would wear a mask because of the toxic fumes, you still breathe with your skin. People forget that your skin is the biggest organ you have, because your entire skin is breathing. That's why like, being stuck in sand and only your head is looking out can literally suffocate you. First of all, because it's hard to breathe because you're getting squished, and also because your skin is also breathing, so you're slowly suffocating in a way worse way than you would suffocate just by, being strangled.
I mean, do a Sailor Mercury cosplay and I'll hold you in my hand until you melt. No, Eden, we've been through this. I'm highly toxic. Wait, no, Mercury's highly toxic.
So, you can imagine, like, how dumbfounded I was when I realized this. I was just like, I wanted to tell, like, a funny story about, like, how I like animes that give me the feeling I'm learning something, even though I'm not learning really something. But it gives me the feeling I learned something. Like, that give me, like, trivia knowledge I maybe never use, but it's just neat to know. Or like Dr. Stone, like, half of the things Senku says in the series I don't understand, and the half that I understand I still don't get most of the time, because it's like complicated and it's actually accurate. Like, literally, there are multiple times in the series there are warnings on the screen that you should not try to make dynamite on your own. Yes, this is how you make gunpowder. Please don't try this at home. This works, so please don't try it. The author did like pretty good science research. I don't know, they're probably a nerd. They need to be a nerd to write a nerd like this, or they have a consultant that is literally nerding their ear full. One of those two things. Both things would be pretty cute. imagine having just a really nerdy boyfriend that just sits next to you while you're just like drawing a manga and like, hey babe, so about making a cell phone in the Stone Age. Like, if you would be in the Stone Age, how would you make a cell phone? And then they just like listen to a 5-hour rant of their boyfriend getting, like increasingly like, oh my god, I want to rip his clothes off and just sleep with him. But I have a manga to finish. Thanks, babe. That helps. Could you maybe draw, like a map on what I would need? Thanks, honey. By the way, you were so sexy. Like that's. This is my headcanon now. I did not research about the mangaka and how they got their like really accurate information. They probably did just really good research, or they, are a smart person. But the idea of just their partner is just a giant nerd. So every time their partner goes on a rant, they're just like taking notes and like, oh, this is so good. Oh, Senku will so say this. Yes, I'm still listening, honey. Yeah, oh, that's so interesting. What did you say you need for gunpowder again? Oh, yes, thanks. Oh, am I writing this down? Oh, trust me, you will see soon. You will love it.
Like, how do I make gunpowder? Can you say it again slowly so I can write it down? Babe, is there something you need to tell me?
Babe, you know I'm a mangaka, right? Like, this is my job. Yeah, like, if I would need if I would, like, write something, and I would need information about something, and I know I have a friend with a hyperfixation on this special thing, you bet your pretty ass I would just call them up and let them, like, speak to me for, like, 5 hours while taking notes on the side what they're telling me and giving me an info dump. Yes, I should still fact check this, because just having a hyperfixation doesn't mean you're an actual doctor in the field. But it still helps a lot with researching, because look first. And I just think it's like really cool. Like, there are like, I read multiple like Tumblr posts and then like on TikTok and stuff. Where it's like, imagine a serial killer is dating
A wrist rest, if you insist.
A serial killer is like dating like a crime author. So like the author is just sitting there like, hey babe, look at this. Do you think this method is like makes sense to kill someone? And they're like, let me think about.
Hydrate.
And a hydrate.
Sure.
Let me hydrate too.
And also a save, but like mine automatically did it.
I will drink, then I will save, and then I will continue rambling about things I saw on the internet that I really like. I'm sorry that I'm rambling so much.
No, carry on. I've got 4 minutes and 5 seconds to kill.
Okay. So, and like they were like, so, and then like, like a couple hours later, the lover comes back, like kissing the author partner on the cheek, like, your method really works. You did great, honey. Like, thank you. So that, and like then like people on Tumblr were like, oh yeah, so now imagine that the author has no idea that they're dating a killer. And there's a police officer that thinks that the author is actually the killer and tries to warn the partner, but the partner is actually the the serial killer. They just like tries out the murder methods, or just like tell their partner like how much liter of blood would you would you need to lose to like die like this, and like let me think about it. Come back home a couple hours later, smell a little bit like iron, and then like, well, I gave it some thoughts. I would say 2.5 liters. Like, yeah, 2.5 liter, maybe 3, depending on the size of the person. Like, And then someone was like, oh my god, someone make this a novel, I would read it. And like, yes, I would read this. Like, just like the idea of having like a partner that gives you like all the info you need as a writer or a mangaka. Because, you know, they're in this field. Or even better, they're hyperfixated on this field. Or even, you know, like illegal business. And they just, you know, like they're like, well, I really didn't like Jeffrey across the street. Let me just quickly go over and test my boo's a method of killing if it actually works. They looked at my boo a bit too often. You know, like this, like a very cute possessiveness. They would never like stop their lover to do anything they want to do, but they, you know, they will make sure. You know, like Jeffrey from across the street that talked shit about you will never talk shit about you ever again.
Bloody Jeffrey.
Yeah, like, fuck Jeffrey. Or don't fuck Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey was like the you know, like test name for my asexual Tiffany and Jeffrey was it, I think. Jeffrey doesn't want to be fucked. He also doesn't want to be fucked with, but hell, you should not look at the boo of a serial killer wrong. And even worse, maybe say that their novels are not interesting. Oh my god. Imagine you're like a snobby book critic and you read this book and you feel like, no, like I don't really like this author, like I don't like her, like she's a woman and she just drives, or like, you know, like you're a snobby person or you have very strong opinions about things, and so you make it your job to literally piss on everyone. And then you piss on the wrong person, and suddenly in the middle of the night, you feel a hand on your mouth, so you cannot scream. And then there's this man sitting on, or woman, or person sitting on top of you with a knife, and it's like, you wrote that, you know, like dying by 1,000 paper cuts, is a boring and unrealistic method to die. So how about we put it to the test? Don't you want to?
How you concern me?
It's about fiction. Would you be honest? Would you not think this would be an interesting plot line?
I mean, yeah, but like, if you admit that in public, you get arrested.
How would little me get arrested just because I think about fiction? You know how many crimi and how many thriller and detective and horror authors are out there that, you know, research absolute horrendous bullshit to make it more realistic? I know they're all on the watch list, but still.
That was me as a teenager, yes.
Oh, I know for like an Undertale AU of all things, it could have been its own separate story. It had like almost nothing to do with Undertale. I just like adopted the characters and their personalities because I liked it, and of course I was in my Undertale phase. I still am, and it was like about like all the monsters, instead of being, you know, like put underground, they were put on like a prison island. They were all imprisoned. So I did research, like how many people the biggest prison can hold, and then I was researching how big this, or how many citizens the smallest country has, and compared the numbers, and I was like, holy shit, the smallest country almost fit twice inside of the biggest prison that is IRL on this earth.
Maho, we're not supposed to tell the public about our plans to take over Denmark. They know we're planning to do it. They don't know how. Don't tell them about the prison thing.
Okay. So allegedly, you could imprison an entire country. So I was just like doing the research, and then I was like, okay, so They're all in prison, yada yada. And then I was like, okay, I wanted a very elaborate like breakout plan to get all of them out again. So
So did you just Google how to escape from prison?
No, I had a plan ready. So I knew, like, because I came up with it. So I knew,
I already knew how to escape from prison. That's worse.
so I knew, like, how they would escape. So I had the idea that, that the country that took over the Monster Kingdom and imprisoned all of them would make out of this imprisoning date, like when they won the war, they would make a giant like celebration day out of it. So there would be like a big parade and like almost all the citizens and also a lot of like guards would be at this parade because like the leader of the prison would also be there, so he needs like being guarded. So Frisk comes up with like this, because she is a prison ward, and because her father is, the person that, built the prison and was like key person to imprison all of monster kind, or like his grandfather did. So she like she got a high position because of like, like family ties, but she felt bad for the monsters, so she's decided to like help them break out, and she comes up with like an elaborate breakout plan. She would deactivate their anti-magic collars and would make a deal with the monsters. The deal was, you'll not, you don't attack anyone until you get attacked first. 1. 2, you don't kill anyone, you just knock them unconscious. You're escaping from prison because you're unrightfully here. We don't want to put any crimes that they could pinpoint on you now. So she just like comes up with like a lot of ways how she could de-escalate a lot. She's like bribing a lot of guards to just give up because of the sheer amount of people they would have to fight against. And because like there are so many people there would also be a lot of like trucks that would bring food supplies, would bring would have to deal with laundry and stuff. So like prison bus situation, because they had to transport the monsters to this prison somehow. So I googled like how many people like fit in like a certain amount of large vehicles, like the density, like how many people you could shove into those giant vehicles, how many people would fit in a bus, like right after googling how many people fit inside of a prison. So like I definitely ended up that day on a watch list because I certainly researched how to break out of a prison. Like the math was surprisingly easy, like depending on like what like size of like trucks you would use and how much people would rather like lay on top of each other than be stuck in prison, plus dedicated drivers, plus like having a safe way for the children to fit in and on. I was like I was doing the math and it was like not too many cars. Like yeah, it would be a lot of cars, but still not too many to be like during a giant parade be dead obvious. Like they're just like trucks, like food trucks and stuff like this. Yes, there were like probably a couple too many prison buses, but when they started to notice that there were a couple too many prison buses, that sounds like awfully wrong, too many prison bussies. The moment they noticed,
that sounds worse.
I know, but now it's intentionally worse. The moment I noticed that, they're already on the highway, on the way to the neighborhood kingdom, where they, like, had, like, prior conversations that they would get, sanctuary there, like, the neighborhood kingdom, like, behind closed doors agreed that they would, if every monster that crosses the border would be protected by this other kingdom. So there's like this giant haze, like the people from the parade had to get into the cars and drive after them. There were gunshots and violence and people getting almost shot and drama, and then they crossed the border, and then the border patrol was like, step over this line and you have a war with us. We're a little bit bigger than you guys. You don't want to try that. Go, kush, back to your country. If you cannot keep your prisoners inside the prison, that's your problem, not mine. But like stuff like this, I also like for my Black Rose, my thriller, assassin, novel. I really want to write, but I'm too stupid to creative write. One woman there, was supposed to kill with snake poison. So I was googling for hours about snake poison and like how it affects the body and what it does to the body and how, you know, like easy it's being tracked behind the blood and stuff. You know, the normal thing you just like research one afternoon because you're curious. Or, you know, research different gun types and what type of ammunition they use. You know, the typical things you just want to research because you're just so curious. Like how many bullets fit in certain types of guns? What guns are like good? What how does silencers work on guns? But I think the snake poison thing was especially like probably worrying for the people that, you know, this random German girl first googled a lot of guns and read a lot of gun articles, and then afterwards she went to research, you know, snake poison and how fast it works and how it works on the body, what symptoms you get. I decided on a Black Mamba because you only need a very little amount of the poison to be lethal. And the reason why it's lethal... Aw, don't be sad.
Unable to sleep? Sad? Well, welcome to chat where we're discussing how much poison it takes to kill a man.
I think I don't have the note anymore. If I have somewhere the first draft of the story, I think I wrote down like how much you actually needed. But like it was so little amount of liquid that you could put it inside of a tiny container that is hidden as a ring. Like that's how little you would need. And the cool thing about the poison of the Black Mamba is this is like a slowly, like not slowly, it does its job relatively quickly, but like it slowly starts to numb your body and make it like and paralyze it, and you know then you just like die because like also your heart and lungs getting paralyzed, so you cannot breathe anymore. You just die from like something close to a heart attack or something like this. So what this assassin girl did was she was a honey trap. She was extremely attractive, and every time she got a job from her boss, she would go out, you know, research where the target would go to, like what clubs and bars they would visit, what kinds of company they would like, would explicitly dress up in the style this person is attracted to. Sometimes she would sleep with them, sometimes she didn't, and like she would like especially in bars, she would just like with her finger like run over the brim of a glass from the person she's flirting with, you know, like in a sexy and silly way. And while she does that, she would like just over her finger run down the poison into the glass. Because it's such a small amount, you would not taste it. And then like she would like you know, like seduce the person to like, you know, let's go to a little bit of a quieter place. Would go to an alleyway, a club, toilet, someplace. Would put this person down. Because this person is drunk, they would not notice that this feeling of like numbness and being paralyzed slowly is not an effect from the poison, but they think it's from the alcohol. And by the time they realize they're actually getting they actually are poisoned and their body is paralyzing more and more, they would already be in a very secluded place where she would just leave them there to die. Like, mostly she would position them in a way, like a sitting position, that if you would find them or you would see them from afar, they look like they just fell asleep because they were dead drunk. So, you know, like, she has time to, like, get away and make sure that her, you know, like, people cannot track her down. Hitman 47 looking as Elmo.
You concern me greatly.
Why? What is so wrong to want to, you know, like, I like a lot of genres of stories, and I like to,
What's so wrong with wanting to know how to murder someone? I feel like for legal reasons I shouldn't answer that question.
Yeah, and no, it's wrong to kill someone. I would not encourage people to do that. Please don't do that. First of all, like, having an exotic snake is, like, in a lot of countries illegal, and in the country it is legal to get one. You have to very carefully document that you get this snake and let, you know, literally everyone know that you have this very poisonous snake. And if someone dies around you with this poisonous snake, then, you know, you're the prime suspect. I also really like watching animal documentaries. So I watch a lot of documentaries about snakes just because they're, like, interesting, because it's like, oh yeah, deadly animals. They also, like, showed how to milk a snake in multiple documentaries and explained how they make antidotes with, like, the snake poison itself and how to milk a snake. Like, some snakes, I don't remember which one, but there's one snake. There's a 50-50 chance that you get poisoned by it, because when it bites, there's a 50-50 chance if it will shoot out poison or not, or just bite you. So you never know. It's like gambling to be bitten by the snake. If it bites you, you're dead. You're gone.
You
Goodbye.
feel lucky, punk.
Yeah, like, so. You got an exotic snake, though it's very shy. Oh, like, I was scared of snakes, but now I just look at them and they're just danger noodles. I personally am still afraid of poisonous snakes, but I'm not afraid of, you know, like, snakes that strangle you. Because if they're fed, they don't strangle you. So they're just like giant long puppies. Like,
King Cobra spits their venom where the eyes will be, which I feel is just evil. The snake. Of course it's evil.
yeah, like, like, it's, like, really interesting, and I was like, this Black Rose story is ancient. Like, Black Rose started with, like, me being 12 or 13, and she was like, no, wait. This Black Rose story actually started with me being 7 or 8. And back then she was like a secret agent. And just like years later when I was like 13, 14, she just popped back into my mind. Like, Black Rose, she popped back in, just like, pop. Did you remember when you were like 8 and you played the secret agent Black Rose? But now I was a teenager and I was like, Black Rose sounds more like an assassin. So I was like, So I made up like a terrible backstory for her why she is an assassin. I wrote this down on my Samsung like phone. It was before touchscreen, so I had to like type with like pressing on the number keys. This phone got lost at some point, and I'm really sad about this because I wrote like a really interesting like intro about like Black Rose and like about like who she is. I was 100% forgiven for the weird shit she wrote as a teenager. Yes, so like when I was 13, 14, I had like the idea, okay, I really, that was like the time where I started making up stories, and I just love to like jump between different genres. So it was like, okay, so Black Rose, she's now an assassin. Okay, why is she an assassin? What's her deal? So I was just like, every time when I rode with the tram to school and back from school while I was listening to music, I would just let my head run wild with ideas. So then I came up with the idea. So Rose lives with her adoptive father who has a bar. She is an assassin because when she was 5, she had to witness both of her parents to be murdered by an assassin. She passed out, and then she, like, when she woke up, she was with her adoptive father, who took her under the wing. She presumed that she got like rescued, but because there's an assassin still out for her, she got like a new name, and like her identity was now his daughter. But because she remembered the assassin, and through research, she found out who this assassin was, and she wanted to become strong enough to kill him. Like, she wanted revenge. This entire moment just like ruined her completely. She was completely broken after this point. 13-year-old Maho was surprisingly edgy. So she swore to...
Nobody is surprised. It was not surprisingly edgy.
So she decided that she wanted revenge. So she did her best to get stronger. But to become strong enough to kill an assassin, she would have to go into the same dark world, or she would not have a chance against him. Because when she like tried a little bit to research the death of her parents, it was like a cold case. The police could not find anything. So she knew she could not trust the police. She knew she maybe be in danger, so she needs to be strong. She adored her adoptive father, like, for being such a broken young person. He was like the little bit of like normality she could maybe have. He definitely didn't want her to be an assassin, but because like he knew what she'd been through, when she started to show interest in this, and this was the bar he has was like in an area where criminal people would visit. So when she started to try to find a mentor who could teach her the ways, he tried to stop her, but he noticed that if he takes away this drive of revenge, this small girl would break and probably would not like stay alive. She was too broken, and she needed this drive for revenge to keep on pushing forward. So he let it happen. Surprised that this surprise was written by 13-year-old me. Surprises that the assassin that I called Redlock, by the way, was an awful name. Trust me, I had no clue why I did that. But he's actually her father. I didn't watch Star Wars back then, okay? Like, back then I didn't have like a full-on reason why he's her father. I just thought like this would be like the plot twist. Like, I knew the plot twist was that her parents were awful people. Especially like her father that she thought was her father. And the assassin knew her mother. And when he came, because he had like the job to kill them, he was about to spare the mother, but she was like, no, don't spare me. I know what my husband did, and I didn't stop him. I could have tried. I didn't try. I deserve this, but please save my daughter. So the assassin she wants revenge on, like, he was the one bringing her to her adoptive father, making sure that she's like in a place where the people that asked for this like commissioned the hitman would not know she still exists. He was covering her tracks because like he wanted her to survive. He was not quite certain if she was his daughter or the daughter of the man he killed. But it was the daughter of the woman he loved, so he would never hurt her. It was also very painful for him to like kill the woman he once loved so dearly. So like it was like an absolutely emotional roller coaster, and I loved the story. And then it just like went into the back of my mind, and then just like when I was like around 20 or so, 18, 19, 20, somewhere in this region, this story popped back in my brain and was like, actually I should flesh this out. This could like be a really interesting read. It was like my first attempt of creative writing. That's how I learned I suck at creative writing. Because no matter how many attempts I tried, like, on writing the story, it never really got better. Like, the lore got better. The character motivations got better. The characters got more fleshed out. Like, I knew she was supposed to have a love interest, and she had, like, this double life. She was, like, on daytime, she was just a normal, like, university student. That would look, like, extremely harmless and cute and all. And, like, at night, she would be this dangerous woman. She was also less of, like, just, like, an evil person and more of an anti-hero. Because her whole deal was she would own, she would take jobs that sometimes weren't even paid, or paid badly, if the person deserved it in her eyes. Like, she was going after, you know, scums of society. People that the police couldn't catch. People that had too much money to be caught. Like, that was the people she went after. She wanted to give people that suffered a little bit peace of mind, knowing, so they knew that this person was judged. It was completely wrong. You should not do this. Please follow the laws. But, like, I wanted her to be, like, this kind of, like, she had still morals, but when it's about, like, doing like going after a target, she was ruthless, yeah. So she, her boy toy, the boyfriend I wanted to give her, because I had the feeling she needed at least somewhat of, like, stability, was supposed to be a hacker she knew since childhood. That was also 13-year-old me already knowing he was a hacker. His whole deal was he was his parents were part of the mafia. When they tried to get out of the mafia was not happy. So they at least saved their son, but they, you know, like, he now lives with, like, part of, like, one family side of his grandparents, but they're still, like, they're, like, out of the mafia, but because they're retired, so they don't really go after him anymore, so he's safe there. So they, like, the reason they are so close is because they were trauma bonding a lot. They were living in an area that was not really child friendly. They were, like, close in age, so they were spending a lot of time together in their childhood. And they both went through a lot of bullshit, so they depended on each other because they both knew the other one would understand their pain. Damn, 13-year-old me was crazy. Back then I had no clue how she would get those hitman jobs. Even now me doesn't really has a feeling. I would say the dark web, but, like, this was the part where I was like, I would never clearly describe, like, how exactly she got the jobs. Like, sometimes I had, like, the first job, how I introduced her in my written novel that lasted for 2 chapters. But it was 2 good chapters, information-wise. Writing-wise, awful. Information-wise, really good. Like, her mentor is an awful guy. He's a scumbag, he's sleazy, he's absolutely human trash. but like he knows what her deal is, and he doesn't really care for her, for her feelings. But like now that she's like a full-on assassin, he sometimes brings her jobs that are fitting into her criterias, like, hey, like, this woman came up to me and she wanted this man that because of really sad sob story reason. um I'm busy with another job right now, but this sounds like something up your alley. And that's how, like, she gets some jobs, and some, like, through the dark web. I don't know how people hire assassins. To this day, I still don't fathom the concept how people can do that. And that this is not all fiction. The world is a scary place.
World is indeed a scary place. Which warp deformer are you? Where? Reveal yourself to me.
Show yourself. Oh, do you know the singer Aurora?
Nope.
Well then I guess I have to find Cure for Me, because that needs to be on your playlist, because I love the song. Cure for Me. There we have the song. No, I don't want the album. I just want the song from the album. There we have the song. Where's my internet? There's Amy. Let's spot it. Oh, the head tilt is really good.
Yeah, I like the down. I'm trying to figure out the up right now.
The nose would get like a little bit flatter because like it would be upwards.
Yeah, nose hasn't been touched at the moment. It's just slightly moved. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you're right. It does need to warp.
Yeah, I think like just like if you warp the nose a little bit, it could already like make it look more comfortable for you. Okay, so first of all, this. And then this. So I learned yesterday that Aurora actually is the co-writer of the song not Show Yourself, Into the Unknown. Into the Unknown is apparently like co-written by her. I'm not sure. She's just like listed there. I was like, huh, that's an interesting fact.
You're for Me by Aurora. Add to queue.
I really like this song.
I don't know. It doesn't play for another 2 minutes.
Oh no, that was just like a statement of I send you the song because I really like it. Um. Let's be honest, Astolfo, you would wear like the really low cut bunny suits that are out there.
Almost definitely.
Like, you know, the kind of low cut that almost show your belly button. You're a little sloot like this.
Who's a good little sloot?
Yeah, you are.
Playing Stellaris and a motherfucking Stellar Devourer. That's how that's spelt, I think. No, I know what it is. It just looks like it's spelt wrong. Oh, it's a U, not a W. That's why Devour, D-E-V-O-U. It looks like you tried to make it into an O-wo and sort of stopped halfway. So I was trying to read it Devour, and then I looked at it and was like, wait, no, that's spelt right. Just appeared in the middle of my trade lane like a very big, wet, angry cat. I did not try to do that. Okay, but do you see my precedent for believing that you might have tried to do that?
Oh. Okay. Back to filling the void with Maho. Oversharing her like the stories she writes because she just really wants to talk about them. So
Filling the void with Maho.
sounds like a good thing. But before I fill the void, fishnet tights or over knee stockings. What were we giving Astolfo?
It's got to be fishnet, hasn't it, with the bunny suit?
It would be surprised. Like there's a good mix of you know, fishnet and over knee stockings. Like there's a Astolfo, as Astolfo is, wears over knee stockings with garters in his original outfit. Very masculine. Love him for that. Keep your stockings up, boys. Like, it's nothing wrong to wear garter belts. I even saw in some boys' love, some men apparently wear garter belts like upside down. Like, I don't know if it's still garter belts, but they wear them upside down, and they hold their shirt, you know, their button-down shirt, so it doesn't like get out of their like suit pants. Trust me, I got feelings when I saw that. They got, like, instead of being around the hip and going down to the legs, it's just like, you know, like the garters you just wear around your leg, but you like point them upwards and just like clip your shirt to it. It's actually super duper smart. Like, more people should do that if they don't already do it. And also, like, the things around legs of men is like doing things to the muscle. So like, I could give him like this kind of, you know, like with the garter belt and the over knee stockings, because this is his original design. And I could make the stockings fishnet, but I could also just give him like see-through, no, I could just give him like black stockings to make him just like all cutesy. And give him like a little, you know, thigh bulge, because I love that. And of course, he's getting thick when I draw him.
Thick.
Like, he's a skinny boy, but damn, he has some curves that I sometimes wish I would have. Also, oh god, I looked just closely into his original art. He has a very slight thigh bulge. Okay, never mind. I didn't ask what I want to do. I already know what I want to do. This is. I'm feeding into my own obsession. I should not be so in low. Very fancy English word. I read a lot in manhwas, but don't know anymore. And should not feed into this. I should definitely not do this. Like, no, Maho, don't. That's not good for you and your health. But also, who's going to be hurt by this? Exactly, no one. People will just be so happy that you draw one of the biggest femboys out there with over-knee stockings, because that's what the world needs. I think everyone needs some over-knee stockings in their life, or someone that wears over-knee stockings for them. I don't make the rules.
I agree.
I don't make the rules. It's just like this, people. Like, if you don't wear over-knee stockings and you don't have someone wearing over-knee stockings for you, you're doing something wrong. If there's no one in your life putting on those stockings for you to look at, that is your calling, that you should put them on. And this will span across his cute little femboy ass. And I will also give this cute little bulge around here and around here, because we like meat on the thighs. Okay, but back to Maho story time. So, when I was like actually writing it, I was like going more into depth about the character. So, I got into depth why Rose is the daughter of this assassin. So this assassin, before he was an assassin, he went to college, to uni, to college, you know, higher school education, with Rose's mom. Like, they were like high school sweethearts. They were a couple for years. He was from the lower class. She was like born into a rich family, but that didn't stop them from loving each other. And in the last year of uni, her family more or less shoved her into an arranged marriage, and they were against him. And she she was young, and she didn't really know what to do. Like, she loved this man, but like she didn't know if she should abandon her entire family for him and run away. And like, he wanted her to be happy, and he wanted to make something out of himself to like get her back, maybe. And like they like, when this like whole marriage thing started to be talked about, like, they had a passionate night together, and then she got pregnant from this, and he didn't know about her pregnancy, but her family was like when they found out, they pressured her even more, and you know, they told her so many awful things and made her so scared. She was like a young adult woman that was pregnant. Her hormones were all over the place. So when they, you know, like talked, you know, like multiple people like were just like talking over this young woman, making her believe that this marriage is the only way she's allowed to keep this child. they peer pressured her into this marriage. So she broke up with her boyfriend because, as much as she loved him, there was a child underneath her heart, and she wanted to protect this child. So she agreed to the marriage. They broke up, and like he first like wanted to like make something out of himself, prove to her family that he's worth, and then just like, you know, win her back. But then like, you know, like then there was in publicity that she, you know, that she got a child, and that like broke his heart. And he got like, this family wanted him to fail, so they made sure that he would never succeed somewhere. They had enough money and influence to intervene with his life enough that at some point he got down the wrong path. And he became an assassin because he was already really good at shooting, and he was found by someone when he was on his lowest, and the person that picked him up was, you know, like it was the wrong person to pick him up. Also, the adoptive father of Rose, the barkeeper that has his own bar, they were all friends in the past. The barkeeper also had like his wife, but like she died. There's like there's like a big plot point of like a family photo that is like not a family photo, like a photo that is showing the opening day of the bar, and Rose's mother is in this photo, and also Rose's father, the assassin she's trying to find and kill. That's like a big thing, how Rose actually finds out what's going on, because this man had to promise her father that he will never tell her, because like he was like, hey dude, like she will hate you. You said she saw you. She will hate you for this. And he's like, yep, that's good. She should hate me. I robbed her of a perfect family. It was rotten from the inside, but at the same time, she's just a child. She will not understand. She should hate me. I did something awful and I don't deserve her forgiveness. Like, he couldn't forgive himself over this. So he made sure that she would not figure out why he did it. She still figures it out when she's an adult woman, because she's doing so much research on this. And like doing like the character creation, that was like the time when I also like started to get to know you, Amy, and you taught me a lot about like getting to know a character. So I was like, okay, I wanted her to study. Like, first of all, I thought she would be like an art student because I was an artsy person, so like almost all of my characters were artsy or could sing, because those were the two things I thought were really cool. But then I was like, wait a second, I should not make every character like a copy paste of the things I like. So I was trying to think about what she would like. So I made her a botanic student. She was like all over plants. I said like in the house they lived, even though it was like in a not great part of the city, she had like on the rooftop a small garden she would take care of. Like in a world where she wouldn't have to go into on the dark side, she would have been a florist. She would love to work with flowers. She loved plants. So I made her like, you know, like I made this her hobby and like the thing she would pursue in uni. Like she just went to uni because like it was a good cover for a young woman. And her adoptive father pressured her into actually picking a subject she would like. Like, she was like, oh, I'm just like taking like some simple major, something that maybe helps me in getting better at killing people. He's like, no, you should pick a major that you think is interesting. You're doing it this as the cover, so at least you should enjoy doing it. So he, you know, like a little bit manipulated her into like getting, you know, like learning something that maybe could be her ticket into a future that is without crime. the girl that murders with poison is more or less an antagonist in the story, but like she was like picked up by a guy, a rich guy, and he needed like an obedient pet, so he raised her as like his perfect assassin, and you know, like she turned into a puppy girl for him. So she's doing like every dirty job that she needs to do for this politician. Like he wants to rise up in ranks, so he lets her do all the dirty work for him. And one big plot point I wanted at the end is that he is throwing her under the bus when he gets in danger and thought she would die, and he tells her, I have a last order for you, because he always promised her that, oh yeah, like when all of this is over and I have the status I wanted, I will marry you. And she was like believing that shit. So he was like, I have one last order for you. And then she thinks like, oh, he will save me. And he's like, die for me. Funny is that she didn't die in this situation because Rose is not an absolute bitch. She saw the situation and realized what was actually going on. So she spared her, and after some bitch fighting and slapping each other, a livid asshole, yes. So after, you know, some bitch fighting and slapping each other and, you know, like pulling hair, the girls more or less made up and decided that they have a common enemy now because Rose is after this politician. Because he's like an awful person. And now that she doesn't have to fight the poison girl anymore, he run out of luck. Like he threw away his best pony. Like she was the one that kept him safe from all of these other assassins. Now that she was gone and not on his side anymore, he thought he was still untouchable. Wrong. So Poison Girl like goes back to him, like after Rose is like causing a lot of mayhap, and he thinks, oh, she came back to save him, and then she's murdering him. Like she gets her sweet revenge. It's like a heartbreak and for her, but like she has to learn that, you know, she doesn't have to, you know, cling to someone to be a person. It's like, you know, like it's very gruesome and you should not learn from this, but you know, you should learn from the story that you don't need someone to tell you you're worth something to be worth something. You're always worth something, and she's like getting her sweet revenge on this guy and murders him very slowly and very painfully because he does deserve it. And then she just takes her pet snake that she loves so much and leaves. I first thought she would maybe die with him together, but then I was like, nah, this woman is a strong, independent woman. She was shackled down by this asshole, and now she's walking out of this building and blows it up. Literally. She's getting out there, and she's continue living her life, because no guy is like telling her what to do anymore. Now she can finally make her own decisions. With her pet snake. She can become a weird snake lady somewhere. Why is this a Mr. Krabs song talking to SpongeBob rap? What am I listening to? Krusty Krab anthem. Oh dear Spotify, the things you show me sometimes. In like I more or less planned that her adoptive father is like in like the end part of the story he dies because Rose gets in more and more trouble because she accidentally messes with the wrong people, also the people that, you know, wanted her family dead back then find out that she's alive. So now she had those people hunting her. And the idea was she would cooperate with a person that wants to do like, you know, like doing a big kidnapping thing. And she was like playing along, and then she like gave the police a tip. So this guy gets arrested. So this time she didn't kill him and chose the path to give it over to the authorities. Because this guy was like also like wrapped up in this entire mess that was going on there. Like this was like her way of trying to absolve a little bit of her sins. Like after her adoptive father died, she realized that she loses more things that she got back, and that she wanted to try to change. Like this was like emotionally so taxing for her, and like his last wish was for her to just like be Rosaline, the normal girl that she used to be. No murdering, no blood, no fixing guns, no watching over your shoulder every step you take. He wanted her to just be a happy girl. Her real father wanted her to just live a happy life. I was thinking like, yeah, stories like this should not end with her not getting punished, but at the same time, she was my protagonist. I didn't want to put her into jail. So I thought maybe like if she works together with the police, you know, like she would get immunity over, you know, the cases they could maybe pinpoint down on her. Maybe. And her like, you know, like trying every day to do like a good deed and try to fix a little bit of the things she broke. And, you know, like ends with her like trying to have a decently normal life. With a flower shop, with a boyfriend. Because the things that are most important to her are like the people that care for her. And not money or revenge anymore. She realized revenge didn't make her happy. She realized that that everyone that cherished her for who she is wanted her to have a happy and normal life and stop like chasing shadows. So like this story like run through my brain so many times. It sounds really interesting. It's definitely not a story I would give you because some topics are really heavy, Amy, that would maybe go in a territory that would make you uncomfortable at some points. But I wanted to like, you know, like see like, okay, like in the dark side of the world there's still like good people there. Like one of her closest friends was a prostitute who just like had a fucked up life in the past, and now she's just trying to, you know, get by. And she's an absolute sweetheart. I must admit, a lot of my knowledge about like bars and like questionable areas is because my mom like worked in a lot of like bars and pubs and when she was young. So she was always telling me like stories about like the things she saw, the people she met, like the variety of people you meet in places like this. And how like some people like they look like scary on the outside, but they're super nice people sometimes. They just like, yeah, at least like to her they were nice. And like those stories like inspired me to have like the adoptive father to be like having his own bar, like meeting a lot of people, ignoring a lot of things because he doesn't want to be involved in any trouble. But also, you know, like showing that the world is not black and white, but a very, very washed down gray. I like stories like this. stories like this feel like very, very human to me. Like they're still fiction and very, you know, like this is not how the real world works. But at the same time, like, yeah, there are people out there that are extremely messed up, and there are people out there that just like fucked up royally, but that doesn't make them completely bad people. But I think from like all the stories I made, I think Black Rose is like the darkest one I made. Usually they're like, you know, like magical girls and transformation and cute magic and fluffy romance and a little bit of drama here and there. And then I have stories that are like, oh, it's so cute and magical, and oh, surprise, there's trauma and more trauma, and like I sometimes very much pity my characters that I write. Like sometimes I just think back of a story and be like, holy crap, Maho, you are awful. Like, what did they do to deserve this? Like, yes, it's more interesting if they're traumatized. Of course it's interesting to see traumatized babies, but please, Maho, please. This is mean, this is cruel, and this over there is goddamn awful. Bad. If you meet any of your OCs that are living in the stories you make up, half of them want you dead if they don't know how their happy end will look like.
Make 2 types of stories, super depressing or absolute clown world. Those are the 2 types of stories, yes. Like good old 2 types of D&D party meme.
Yeah.
There's Monty Python and there's the Lord of the Rings.
Like, the way Eden talked about Vampire the Masquerade, I'm very intrigued to maybe play it one day. I know it's a complicated system, but again, like, I personally, like, you know, like, exploring, like, a character that is not me, and that is so different from me, and trying to think of, how would this character react? What would they do in this situation? It's just, like, incredibly interesting. Like, couple days ago, my brain revisited Nia's backstory.
Vampire the Masquerade is not that complicated. It's 99% roleplay and 3 rolls a session. Yeah, but the issue is of the 19 to get to the 99% roleplay, you've got to sit down for 18 hours and make a character.
Like, I think it's the aspect of making a character and understand your character sheet, what is probably that complicated. And then, you know, like, know what you have to do to don't mess up the roleplay. So you yourself understand what is going on. But like, I'm really intrigued.
What are the odds this works?
Well, let me take a look at what you're doing, and then I can tell you if it works.
Well, I'm attempting to try and reflect motion.
Ooh, that would
Selected parameters are combined. That's the point. I want to combine them. God damn it. Alright, looks like I need to find the ones individually that need to be motioned. That one, that one, that one. That one? Not that one. That one? That one?
Let's save before
That
we
one?
continue.
Not that one. That one? Not that one.
Oh, I love this.
Wait,
board.
what? What do you mean, not that one? That one? Not that one. That one? Not that one. That one? Not that one. That one? That one!
Is there a way to name your layers? Because if there is, you should do that. Because you sound like me when I look for a layer.
That's the problem. Is that all of my layers are like perfectly named and everything is set, but there's no way to just check if a layer has got points on a keyform without clicking on the layer. And I need to figure out which of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 35 art meshes and warp deformers are in this XY angle that I need to reflect. Okay, I think that should be good. None of the parameters is selected. Yes, there is. Reflect motion. The parent deformer with common parameters is not selected. Because reflect motion is not performed on the parent deformer, child objects may be affected by the parent deformer may have a different motion than expected.
Just do it, bitch. Don't make it.
Right. Does this work now? It does work now.
Hell yeah! We have fat motion!
Right, and now for the real trick that definitely won't work, but I can hope. Synthesize corners. Nope. Alright, I'm going to need to fix that. I knew that was going to happen. No, I'm going to have to make the corners myself. God damn it. You know what, though? I'm kind of liking how the snout's looking. Like, I need to fix, like, all of the corners and the in-between bits.
Yeah,
But
but
the
like...
up, down, left, right is pretty fucking decent.
I think in like when it's very much to the side, the snout looks a little bit far out. Like it's... But like it is definitely moving.
Also need to go back and change the movements that I did in like day 1 on the face markings because that's very wrong. The corners give some how to draw anime books in the best way. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I was fully expecting having to redo them. I just hoped it would give me a decent start point, but no, not even close.
Like there's no stool there yet.
I think I'm probably gonna talk about this more on Sunday, but the good and bad thing about learning something as you go is the further into a project you get, the more you learn.
Aww.
And therefore you start to realize that everything you did at the start of the project probably needs to be redone.
The up and down is perfect, by the way.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the way I managed to do the... Oh, I need to sort the teeth out, I think. Top teeth. Look a bit weird like that.
I could be wrong, but I have the feeling when you look down, your eyes look a little bit off. Like, move your head slowly down.
That's literally what I was just talking about. The eyes were the first thing I did. So now that I've done like the snout and figured out some interesting techniques to use to apply 3D to the snout, I'm probably gonna need to redo the entire eyes.
It's not the entire eyes. It's just like sometimes they need a little bit adjustment.
Fortunately, I'm pretty sure I have the eyes on an XY deformer. Yes, I do. And it looks like none of the interior bits. Yeah. So the eyes I can actually do entirely differently. Like the fixing the eyes will be simple because I did all of that on one deformer. I will, however, need to do them all over again. But the open and close and blink is done separately to the deformer at least, so. Alright, let's do this before I go on break. I also really need to redo the ear jiggle. They bounce way too much.
Yeah, they change.
I think I just need to get rid of the shrink.
Yeah, the shrink needs to go.
Fortunately, it actually looks a bit better with the fringe on. Because you can only see one of them bouncing, so it kind of looks like it's supposed to be that bouncy.
Yeah, the ears definitely need some more tweaking. But like,
yeah,
with the fringe, it looks really good.
I think what I'll probably do is I'll do the hair physics because the ears are done with physics. So I'll do the hair physics and then the shit that I've learned while doing the hair physics will teach me better about how to fix the ear physics.
Yeah. Like, one thing definitely is the snout. Like, it gets, like, if you turn her face looks like her snout is growing. If you turn it completely to the side. Like, if it's just slightly to the side, it's fine. But when it's completely to the side, her snout looks like it's grown way too much out of her face.
Yeah, the problem with that is the way that I've drawn and rigged it. Let me just show you if I can. Oh, hold on. Let me do it on the other side so you can see. The way that I've drawn and rigged it, this is one shape and this is one shape. So I can't, like... What's the word I'm looking for? I don't have a mask, basically, to cover this, so this has got to be the whole snout. This is why it looks wrong, this bit here. But because all of this is one shape, that's why the up and down looks so good. Because I can do all of these in different orders. The top and the bottom are different. I don't have different left and rights. So I can't put, like, the right side of a snout behind her mouth there, and then the left side of a snout behind her mouth there.
Yeah.
But, like, I know now, for the next model I do, how to actually get a decent looking snout. I've got to do it in 4 parts rather than 2. And if I know how to rig for that, I know how to draw for that.
I'm scared that I have to learn this.
Well, you're not going to have to learn it with a snout.
Yeah. But, you know the kind of jiggle physics I adore. The things you maybe put to the side as, like, I don't really need that. I will pick up and be like, I'm going to need that. Also, I still have to do a snout because I have a freaking fox on my head at some times. Or like a pet, at least. And he needs a snout. Even though I'm very cheapify him. By the way...
Well then, fortunately for you, you have somebody who's already done a chibi snout and can pass you the files, because they'll definitely be done. I 100% definitely intend to finish this project. Yes, yes.
Yeah, trust me, Amy, like, I haven't touched my VTuber model in a while. I want her to be finished. Like, I want her in a state where I could potentially give her to a rigger, and the rigger could just, like, be like, okay, thanks for the file, I will just, like, rig this for you. Like, that's the state I want the model in to be, but that still means I have to understand where to cut it. What parts to separate to get the animations I actually want.
Damn it, now that I know how I want the fucking snout to look eventually, I might go back and redraw it and then re-rig it.
Can you just, like, exchange, like, those couple layers?
Yes and no. I can if they're the same size and shape.
Well, then just...
So the way Live 2D works is it uses deformers and meshes. So the meshes are... Let's find the mesh edit tool. There we go. Would help if I had one that actually got a mesh on it. So the mesh is this. And the deformer is... Can I get the deformer up? The deformer is this one. So because of the way I've done it, if I want to use this rigging for it, the mesh and the deformers need to be the same. So the art needs to be the same size.
Well, if you just, like, go back and just separate those parts, you should be able to just get them back in, unless you just, like, change anything in the size of the snout.
I think the way I've been doing it so far is I do a first pass and then I move on to the next piece. I want to get to a point where it looks at least finished. Then I'm gonna go back and fix it. So I think that's what I'll do with the extra layers on the snout. Because apart from anything else, this is a practice model.
Yeah, like, this is more to learn than anything. Talking about practice model and having to go to break, what do you think of this Astolfo sketch I have so far? Like, yes, he doesn't have a face. I have 1 more hour before I have to take my meds. So after the break, I would maximum do another hour. Or we just call it here, depending on how you feel. But do you think this is, like, a good thing for, like, 4 hours? With the amount of, like, research I had to do?
The art's still a bit skinny. Arm is still a bit skinny.
Yeah, like, I couldn't make the arm a little bit more meaty. I was just, like... That is just, like, you know, like, I was clinging to the... to the reference I had. I already made, like, the butt and the legs way more meaty. Already tried to put more meat on the arms.
Yeah. The rest looks good, though.
Like, the stool is still missing where his balls are resting on. But, like, the idea is probably that I make the braid really long and let the braid flop over the edge of the stool. So, like, you can see the tip of it with the little ribbon on it. I may make this hand that is stretched out just a tiny bit smaller. Wait, I will... Now that I have the handcuffs, the cufflinks on. Let's erase this. Yeah. I will keep this erased. I will hate myself for this later on. That is a problem for future, Maho. The other arm, thank God, is like mostly hidden, so the other arm is okay. It's just the arm in the front that is like...
Yeah, the other arm's fine. Have a look into like foreshortening tutorials. If that's what you need there for the arm. That's why it looks so off.
I'll want to try first before looking into a tutorial.
Anyway, Baby the Render says it's time for break, so break we shall.
We shall
enjoy
break.
Words on Stream in the meantime.
Does it work again?
It fixed itself while I was downstairs.
Okay, now if I erase this part of the arm and this part of the arm, let's hope that he doesn't look now buff now. No, I think that works.
BRB then.
Okay. Be your heart the queen, the king, the princess.
The me. Power hour. And then I said, that's not Power, that's my wife.
I wish it was Power. She's on my list of characters I want to draw.
First of all, everything needs to move down. I said everything. That's an interesting definition of everything.
If the lady says everything, everything shall move.
Right. That'll probably do. Yeah, that's better. Right. Do I want to move all of this forward in draw order? You can't change the draw order of the form. My god damn it, I'm going to do it for everything. Right, Snoot. You and you, you, and you. All of you have got to come forward to about draw order. Probably 505 will do.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot an essential part of a Starfall. Flesh Tooth. Oh my god. Hell yeah, he got 20% sexier.
missed a bit, apparently.
I am stupid. Let's live with the stupid. Fight this. Where's the notes? I should. Flip the face still looks correct. That's a good sign, right?
Makes sense to me. Why would the face be wrong?
I just hit like my face reference that had like the lines and just adjusted the size of the face. So I was scared it maybe looks wrong now, but I think this is a really good fuckboy face.
Yeah, looks perfect to me.
I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Only count
Are
to
you listening to Pancake Island Radio? Because the last like 4 songs you've sung along to are on there.
No, I'm in. I listen to a playlist called Femboy playlist. No, Femboy vibes. Okay, so making the face was a good decision. This looks really good, and now the piece is like feeling like it's coming along. It's okay, guys. Math is not everyone's strong suit, but like, you know, like you could practice a little bit if you can only count to 4.
How's your muzzle feeling? It's stressing me out, but it's moving at least. And as I was saying to Maho earlier, at least now I know the parts that I need to make in order to make a full 3D muzzle, because I can see them now, and they're not here. And I know the bits that are missing, so for the full model, I know roughly how to construct it. If I inverse clip that to the neck, this might look a lot better, actually. Where is the neck color? Belly, vulva. Where's the neck so far down? There you are, neck color. That's the wrong line. That's the wrong line, even.
What?
I want...
Eden, thank you so much for the honk.
Honk! What?
How's Maho? Maho is... Look at this sassy baka. And... Look at the marks from the sitting on glass. I tried to figure out where there would be like contact, so I just like made gray spots where I think like, okay, there would be like flat contact with the ground. That looks so sexy. Probably have to redraw the braid though.
You're a goddess. The power of your creation is divine, yet only a small part of it. What makes you iridescent?
Aww, thank you.
Hey, learn to spell, please. You butchered that, Amy. Yeah, because I was trying to fucking suppress my desire to sarcastically mispronounce all the words you misspelled. You're a goddess, Maho. The power of your creation is divine, yet only a small part of what makes you iridescent. Better?
You are both fucking adorable and I love you so much.
Well, actually, if I undo that, do I need a clipping mask, or can I just make one and make it invisible? Let's find out. I believe it's the neck color. That is the neck color. You can come with me. We're going to the face. Tipping neck. Oh, if I make you invisible. What's Maho snacking on?
The Maho is snacking on Oreo Milka chocolate.
Oh, that sounds nice.
I love Milka. Like, this is like my go-to chocolate, and I'm upset that over the time, like, it's now €2. Like, I remember times where when there was like a discount situation going on that I paid less than €1 for a Milka, and now I pay like €2.
I am sad for you that the only good chocolate available in Germany is Milka. That is like our shitty, cheap, crappy chocolate. Note to self, bring the Maho some Cadbury.
Like, I just really like Milka. We have other chocolate bars too. But you know, if I can be picky, I like to eat Milka.
Ah, I see. So it's your opinion that's wrong, not your selection. Noted.
When you're in Germany, we can go to a supermarket and you can show me one that is better.
Germany known for chocolate? You're thinking of Sweden. Wait.
No, Switzerland. I don't like Sweetser chocolate. It's a bit
That's
too
the
sweet
one.
for
Yeah.
me.
Switzerland. Apologies, Sweden. There's my goddamn face. There's my goddamn face. I put the clipping mask right next to it and then scrolled up to try and find it.
What's so bad about Milka?
It's not bad particularly, it's just that is, like I say, that is our cheap chocolate. That is the chocolate over here that tastes like plastic. That is the, hey, I went to the store to get some chocolate, but all they had was Milka kind of chocolate, you know?
Okay, note to self. Buy cheap chocolate and buy Milka and let Amy taste both. And let's test out if just British Milka sucks. Or if my taste bombs suck because I don't taste any plastic. Weird type of sweet and it doesn't taste great. I haven't had a lot of Japanese chocolate yet. American chocolate is way too sweet. Like, they look at they look at every recipe there and then just like put 2 buckets of sugar extra in there, or corn syrup or something like this. We have like now in our small supermarket a shelf of like imported sweets. They sometimes have ramen, but most of the stuff they have is like American sweets. And I got like an American Kit Kat. It was like a donut Kit Kat, and I was like, oh, that sounds so cool. So maybe it has like a slightly like doughy, donutty flavor to it. No, that thing had like a really strong sweet vanilla scent that was way too over the top, and it was way too sweet. I could eat not even half of it before I had to put it into the trash. I could not eat it. I don't even want to know what birthday cake would have tasted like.
If that's not visible, it doesn't work for clipping. That's so much for that idea.
I like sweets. Like, if I would have to like decide on a flavor, then sweet is probably the flavor I would go to the most. As a child, I would eat sugar cubes, just blank sugar cubes sometimes. My mom got that out of me. Nowadays, I cannot eat sugar cubes anymore. But like, I was just like blank eating sugar. I also, to this day, you know, cocoa powder you put in your cocoa to get like chocolate milk. I'm spoon eating that stuff sometimes. Not anymore. I'm also spoon eating Nutella. I don't put it on bread. Nutella belongs on the spoon in my mouth. You're flying on Friday and arrive on Friday, right?
I believe so, yeah. I haven't actually booked the flight yet.
Yeah, I haven't booked
Yeah, Ulu sent me a message the other day and asked like when I was flying out so we could get the same one, and I was just like, we haven't booked them yet, we're waiting for them to reply. I don't think they're going to reply. I think they might just have to go ahead and book flights and hope we get a table.
Yeah, so I will give them like until the end of the month, and then I let my mom send them another message asking like about the table situation. Like, is this clear when we get our tickets? We still have things to like, we have things to book. We need to know about the helper situation and see if someone is replying on at least like a date when we know we would get back. So, we also haven't, like, we will book our train tickets anyway, because, like, we paid for the booth, and they, you know, the moment they said, okay, send the payment, it meant, like, we got our table secure. My best guess is that the application phase is not over yet, and they don't want to give out, like, table numbers before they know how many tables they get.
Yeah, but I'd still like to know, like, if my payment was received by the right company, at least.
No. Like, you literally just, like, you apply for a table, and then they tell you, okay, you get this table. You have 14 days to pay for it now, and then it's your table. It's... like, I cannot really help you guys with this. Like, I've been only to one Comic-Con in Stuttgart. Like, this was my first convention I went to, and it went similar. Like, I applied, I paid, and then after a while, and I don't know how long I had waited the other time. After a while, they just, like, send it over. Oh, yeah, here's your number for your booth, and here are the tickets that you need to enter. I can check if the payment thing is already saying the table number. If they do, then I just have to like ask again how we get the because then maybe there's a different way to get your ticket that I just don't know. Give me, like, tomorrow is my free day. Tomorrow probably my dad is not home, so my mom and I have like a good time to breathe, so we can just like check on this if you want. I'm not good
there's no rush for it. I just like realized the other day that we're probably not getting confirmation that we got a table like anytime soon, so
yeah, like I have literally no clue. I wish I could tell you something more specific. like that's why I say I can just like check with the organizer. Surprisingly, the organizer, I don't know when this guy sleeps, but the last time like we had like questions about like how we can have a table next to each other, he replied 2 in the morning. Like we sent it this email like at 11 or something like this, and we're like, yeah, we'll probably like get a reply tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Literally reply at 2 a.m. So the organizer is surprisingly cooperative if you have questions. Sorry, I almost choked on my own words. Conventions are notorious, poorly organized, and bad to the artist. Again, I've only been to one convention and they treated me well. We printed out the wrong like entry ticket. So when we came in the first, like when we were just like building our booth on Friday, like everything was fine. But the ticket we printed out was just like for like getting into like, you know, like, hey, we're a convention artists. When we wanted to enter Saturday morning through the normal entrance before people came, the person that was like, you know, on guarding the entry was like explaining to us like that we got the wrong tickets and explained to us exactly how we actually get the QR codes for our actual tickets. And then he noticed like how flustered we were and like how overwhelmed, and that we couldn't do that like right now on the phone. So it was just like, okay, I will let you in now. Try to get this sorted until tomorrow. Good luck with this. If you have any further questions and you don't know what to do, there are multiple like information desks there, and there. You can just go over to them and they will explain it to you like in more detail. Have a good day on the convention. Like, I was treated very nicely. The organizers were nice and helpful. On Sunday when we picked up stuff, there was like an area where you could just like put your trash. Like, I went to one of the organizers and apparently you should have paid a fee to put your trash somewhere. So we had like a little bit of trash left over, so I went to like one of the people that were just like the empty tables. They were already like packing the tables together, so you didn't have to do it. I just went over and asked like, so I have this trash, can I put it over there? I see trash over there. And he just like pointed me to where I can put my trash. Not like being like, oh, do you have paid for it or anything. Like, very helpful, very polite, even though it was like late. So I don't know which question, Eden. So the flight is on Friday. It's not booked yet. My train goes Friday morning. We will book our train. Like, we almost have the money for the train tickets together, and we decided the moment we have it together, we just book the train tickets. The date is the 26th.
My question was the date.
No, 25th of July. Am I?
Yeah, that was the answer to the question, Eden. We literally don't know the dates of my flight. We've not booked them yet.
And I'm awful at remembering dates. Like, my mom has a calendar. There's like written down when the convention is. It's, yeah, like I think 26th, 27th of July is the convention, and we go there a day early, so it would be the 25th, probably.
Yep. So my flight is very likely to be on the 25th, and then coming back on, I don't know, maybe the 1st. We haven't arranged like any of it yet. But I'll be going down there. We'll be landing at the con, basically.
Yeah, you will land.
Setting up our table, and then doing the con, and then coming back and staying at Maho's for X amount of time, probably a week.
Yeah. So
It was in June for some reason. The end of June is when I need all of my art done, because then it gives me a month to get it printed, delivered, and sorted.
I have on like for normal prints, I also have around the same time as you, but if I want to make another batch of keychains, I have to get all of them ready until the middle of next month to give them time to deliver. I would advise you the same. If you want some acrylic keychains, you should, you know, like in the middle, like latest thing end of next month, you need to have them ready so you can like order them. You can do it in a down payment system there, so you don't have to pay the full amount in one go. That's how I deal with that. But like this is like because like it can take forever.
I sent a Blue Sky post to the chat that could be used for the keychains.
Does Eden know the 6 keychain sketches I have finished already? Okay. Hair. I will take a look in a moment, Eden. I just need to finish this or I will... Oh, this will bug me. This is definitely not how the braid should look at the end. But certainly something. Could you... I don't want to check this out. Pokemon with your non-dominant hand. I certainly won't do that. It's a cute idea for people that want to torture themselves. Or that, you know, like, really like the, you know, like the scribble aesthetic. That like if you want the piece to look like a little bit scribbly and a little bit, you know, like intentionally bad in a cute way, that is the way to go to use your non-dominant hand. But trust me, you don't want to see the scribbles I will put on paper with my non-dominant hand. I'm
Yeah, my Pokemon with my well, anything done with my non-dominant hand will like literally be like illegible.
I'm a left-handed bean that if you give me a pen in the right hand, you know, you could also just tell me to not write or draw anything. It has the same meaning. I can like I tried to draw with my foot once. And let's just say it looked like the stuff I draw with my right hand looks similar. It's just slightly better. Okay, now the braid looks a little bit better. Oh yeah, I like this. Now the braid looks lively and cutesy and messy, but in a cute way. Okay. Okay, I did some cleaning up, so now I could at least like take a screenshot of this and like pretend like I tried to do this. But as a general easy thing that could add more. Like the problem with the keychains is probably just like the amount you probably should get. Like you can get less than 100, but at 100 you paid at least a bit amount of whatever you order. Everything like big over 100 doesn't give you much, you know, like discount anymore, and everything below is not giving you like the optimal discount. So it's a big amount, and this big amount costs a lot.
Yeah, it's the issue we've got is we don't really have the initial investment funds
that we try to work so hard for. My singing monster. That's the least thing I expected here. I made the hand a little bit smaller because it was like compared to the rest of the body, it looked way too cartoony big. Even though it was supposed to stretch out. Now that I made it a bit smaller, I have the feeling it looks better.
I don't know, I'm in the way.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's a lot better now. That's a lot better proportioned.
Yeah, it's like still has like the effect of like being like in front.
Oh, it's his fucking braid. I was like, why have you got a butt plug on and how is the butt plug going through the stool? Thought he had just like a tiny little butt plug tail.
I could make like in the back, like make it look like that there would be like a bunny tail on his back.
Who wears a bunny suit without a bunny tail?
Exactly.
Sadists.
Just try to decide how big I make it. And now he has a bunny tail. It's just like I made it like black and white. It's just like a contrast and a saturation filter on top, so I can like make a proper screenshot that is like where I could, you know, like showcase what I got today.
Right, now it's time to play which of these are the layers I need to reflect. That one. No. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. No. 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 I find it hard to believe that none of these are correct. Apparently they're not. Now back to where I was. Ah, fuck, I reflected the wrong parameter. Okay, how does this look now? Nose moves a bit too much, but it'll do for a first pass.
Let's make a screenshot of my naughty boy. And I need to take my pills. I already am 20 minutes over. Oh, you like my eyes? Shall I pass them on to your children? Oh, that's a good one. Let's also Sayori. Sayori's best girl. I haven't played DDLC, but I know DDLC because it was popular on the internet. I still want to play it, but on the other hand, I don't want to play it because this game is scary.
That's scary. It's more of a psychological thing.
Yeah, the
And
psychological.
like, even that is like, if you've seen a playthrough of it, then you're not going to get caught by the psychological thing because you've already like, you know the twists, and that is the psychological bit.
Yeah, but there's still like a slight amount of jump scares in there, and the like realistic eyes, they unnerve me. Stupid. There it is. How in the world are you actually spelling Astolfo?
ASTOLFO. LFO. Astolfo.
Astolfo. Um. So, did I do the Femboy justice?
I like what you've done so far.
Like drawing
I
femboys
look
is
forward to seeing him finished.
yeah, like drawing femboys is just drawing girls without boobs, and with with a bulge. I really like the bulge down there. I was hoping I would get the sketch done like 2 hours ago, so I could have started doing at least a doodle sketch of Hime, because of course I want to draw Hime. If I draw Astolfo, I have to draw Hime. I don't care that Astolfo is probably one of the biggest femboys out there that everyone knows. I think everyone should know Hime, the first pink femboy. Should I make Hime sit in a way that you also see the bulge? Because that is like usually shown in the Hime, and like Hime go to in the anime, like those are the shots also in the manga. Or should I go for like you can almost see the nipple because he's like like he's short and you're looking down on him. And he looks like he wants to get head patted. Because good boy.
Definitely the short one. He's the cute widow femboy, isn't he?
Another thing, like in the Hime Go to verse, there are a lot of like characters that are cross-dressing, but I think Hime's brother, sister, like I want to call it, like compared to Hime, who is like more into like the cross-dressing part and just like like I still think I'm a boy. I just really like skirts. I have the feeling like his sibling definitely more identifies as a girl. The way they act, they're definitely more of a trans girl.
Been a while since I've seen it, actually. In fact, I don't think I've seen it since I've come out.
You should watch it, and you should read all the mangas that are out there for it. I will send them over to you if you need them again, but there are multiple mangas. They're also like partly spin-off series. And like in one of the not spin-off thing, but like part of the Hime Goto verse is like a femboy, and like that femboy trans girl, a person that is dressing as a woman, and their partner and crush looks like a boy all the time. She always dresses as a boy, and like only once per year she's like dressing like a girl. And everyone is like loves like her girl appearance, but she's like, I don't mind in which appearance I show up. I just want to be besides them. I love them. So I don't care if I need to like present myself as a boy or a girl. Like I personally think especially the Hime Goto manga is like, yeah, there's a lot of like femboy fan service, but I have the feeling this is like very queer coded. Like it's like some of the things that happen in there feel, like yes, this is femboy fan service, but also like this is exploring characters that just like also dress differently. So I really like it. Still hate that my Hime's best friend, that I forget the name always, because he has exactly one appearance in the anime and like a short appearance in the manga. In the manga he has a bit of like has like a personality and actual voice lines. And I love him, and I ship him with Hime. And there is a scene in the manga where he's like questioning if he has a crush on Hime, but because he respects and loves Hima also as a friend, and he, you know, he doesn't want to destroy what they have. He decides to, you know, not pursue him and just like keep the friendship. And I was sitting there, I was like, fuck no! No, don't do this to me! It's already gay, just make it more gay, come on!
Make it gayer!
Make it gayer, exactly! Like, there was like, in this one chapter, you had like his internal conflict of like, thinking Hime is attractive, and I was like, yes, 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 come on, crush on him. And I respect that he is like, Hime wants this friendship because Hime was not even considering this could happen. So he's like, okay, Hime wants to be friends, so I will be friends. Like, absolutely green flag this dude, but also like, come on. You could have done this for me. Pretty please. Now I have to draw it myself because the Himegoto community is sleeping! Sorry, I shouted.
How dare you, I'm very offended.
Yeah, it's
Why you gotta shout at me? I didn't not draw it.
Yeah, true. I think you draw a little bit of Himegoto. Not a lot. You should have drawn more, but like...
I've done Amelia, a
Hime
Himegoto cosplayer.
Yeah,
That's about as much as I've done.
Yeah, I like Himegoto was something I stumbled upon, and I have no clue why I obsessed over it, but I obsessed over it. And when I figured out that it has like no real good like the anime is way too short compared to like the manga. The fan community is like 20 people, us included, for some reason. And like those 20 people, like only 5 of them are artists, so there's lack of fan art, there's a lack of Rule 34, there is a lack of fan fictions, there's a lack of doujins, and there's a lack of everything that is related with Himegoto, and I hope that suddenly, like, in the grand remake age of anime, they just stumble upon Himegoto and just decide, hey, wait a second, I think people are still into this. Let's make a remake. Let's look a little bit deeper into the manga. Make it longer.
Oh god, what the fuck?
What? Ah! Now I see it. She's showing her teepee. She's just like, look, I'm scary.
That's problematic.
But looking down is really good. Like slightly sideways, looking up and down looks good. Let's spend the night together in my room. Also, I found a really cute Bridget art that was like my main source of how to draw bolts. It was a very nice piece of Bridget. I love the smug expression.
What the fuck has happened there, and how can I fix it, and how much do I need to undo everything? God.
Is it a layering issue?
Oh, that might be it, actually. Hold on.
Oh my god, did I say accidentally something smart? Should I write now, even though it's 2 AM, like a happy Eastern? Have Femboy Bunny here. Or should I just keep it for tomorrow to actually like maybe get some engagement?
Oh, I really don't want to have to do that.
And yes, Eden, if you're still around, I read this out word for word. I didn't say it to her face. Because, you know, I'm not producing offspring. My bloodline will end with me. I'm not passing the generational curses I gathered onto a new generation. If they want to be mentally ill and traumatized, they should, you know, work for it themselves. I'm not giving that to people. Also, if I figure out a way to live like for 500 years, having offspring would be awful. Maybe like after 500 years I feel like offspring. Okay. Have you figured out the issue? Because I think it's slowly time for you to stop for today. You've been live for 7 hours and I think you should take a break. Or, no, not
I
a break.
figured out the issue.
That's a
I just
long
really hope there's a
sigh.
quicker way to fix it.
That was an unhealthy long sigh.
See, the way you can move the layers in front of and behind each other is by using something called draw order. It's how I get the 3D effect. When I changed the draw order for all of the mouthpieces to put them in front of the eyes, I apparently did it on a keyframe in the mouth form, which has got 25 points on it. Only one of those points has the correct draw order.
So you have to fix all the other draw orders, or...
I'm hoping that there's a way I can just set draw order for all key points on something. But I very much doubt it, and I'm going to have to do this on 24 different frames.
Okay, you know what you're going to do? You take a piece of paper or a document or like an empty drawing. You put a note in there saying, look up ways to fix draw order problem on Snout. And then you save, and then you close it, and then you leave it for today. Because otherwise you will sit here maybe stressing over it for the next 5 hours, and then you realize you didn't went to bed. You made good progress today. And if this is a problem that could take you longer than 10 minutes, then you should take a note and look tomorrow at it, because tomorrow you slept, you are more relaxed, and when you're more relaxed, you maybe find a quick solution. Because earlier, the draw order was correct. So I don't know what exactly changed since then. Because when you moved the mouth earlier, you definitely, like, the teeth stayed inside.
Fortunately, I think I only have to do it for 4 layers. Which means, rather than trying to spend an hour to figure out a way to fix it all at the same time, I can just do it manually frame by frame.
Well, do you want to continue streaming or like I have one person watching. I can bring them over, but
no, I'm gonna call it once I've fixed this, I think. That is 50. That is not 545. Yeah, so like I'm already half fixed. I just have to hope that I haven't done this on any other layers, and I should be fine. I really hope I'm not gonna have to go through and do this on every keyform of every point. What things have you got keyforms on? Angle Z. That's probably Angle Z is fine. Right. Fortunately, that's not pointed. Right.
I didn't make as much progress as I wanted to make, but I certainly drew a Stoffel with bunny ears in a bunny suit.
Progress is progress.
And he looks really cute.
Right. Hopefully.
Looks like it's working.
Right. Play around with physics. Yeah. Give you random pattern. Hey, it's looking good now. I do need to fix those face markings though. Fun fact, that's actually now all of the rig parameters that VTube Studio can check. So this is now a fully usable model. Oh wait, no eyebrows. I need to do the eyebrows.
Yeah,
This is now a fully usable model. Literally everything else is just done with physics.
The only problem, like when she looks up, I don't know if her head is just like moved upwards again for some reason, but if you see when she looks up, you see like that her neck is, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know. I need to fix the neck. I will probably just lower her entire head. But the problem with that is when I did all of the head angles, this snout was exactly there where it is now. Was right here in the middle. Dead center. Which covered the neck completely. So when I did all of the head angles, I didn't notice the neck because it was covered.
Yeah, like I don't know if just like the angled head should be like wider because like it's, or if there would need to be a layer behind it of like you
Honestly, I can
under
probably
chin.
fix that quite easily right now if I just do this. I'm hoping this will work. Let's find out. Yeah, I did done it quite low. Okay, that's good. It won't look great, but it'll do for now at least.
Yeah, she has now a little bit of a long neck, but like for a test model, it's definitely working.
I'll fix that when I do body movement. I probably will just end up moving the entire body up before I rig it. Because otherwise I've got to change every single keyframe on the head.
Looks cute. Like she even makes different facial expression. It works.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with me. That's this is a test pattern. There are 2 patterns in Live 2D that you can use
no,
that
I mean,
basically
like,
just randomly move all of the things.
Oh no,
I haven't programmed this.
No, I mean like the mouth rigging you did is so good that like you can actually see different expressions.
Hopefully, once I've got the eyebrows in, that'll be even better.
Yeah, like after the fur markings are fixed, you just need to do like a little bit with the fringe, that the fringe is like moving from side to side when she turns her head. And
Yeah, the fringe is gonna need full XY angles, I think. I'm gonna need to rig the fringe for every angle the head's rigged for. And then I need to apply the physics. But that's an entirely different tutorial.
But you did great. You should be proud of yourself.
I'm happy with this so far. Man, I can't wait till I get to the end of this process and discover that I can't run it.
That would be upsetting. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed my rambling today. I did a lot, I'm sorry, and yes, my face is barely moving. That's because I leaned back on my chair because comfy. I hope to see you all again very, very soon. And remember, my little sparks, you are the reason I can shine. And until the next time, I will say you bye-bye.
See you all tomorrow. Well, no, see you all the day after. No,